Good evening, everyone. Today is the Board of Education meeting for the East Aurora School District for Wednesday, December 16th, 2020. Please be advised that as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with Executive Order 202.1, members of the public will not be permitted to attend tonight's board meeting in person. Members of the Board of Education are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. The meeting will be able to be viewed via live stream tonight at our www.eastaurora.org/BOEMTG live or by the link on our main district webpage. In addition, the meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date. We did ask for anyone who had comments that would ordinarily be raised during visitors' comment section to email those, and you have the opportunity to do that. and email them at boe@eak12.org prior to 6:45 this evening. I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask you all to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. Thank you. May I have a motion to enter executive session to discuss matters leading to the employment of a particular corporation, as well as the employment history of 5 particular employees? So,
Second.
moved by Jessica, seconded by Dan. Discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 6-0. Dennis, are you staying at this? You'll stay here, so if John Seghetti comes in, would you just direct him over to the executive session link, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. I remind folks to exit out, leave this one, and then go to the next link. Good evening, everyone. This is the East Aurora Union Free School District Board of Education meeting for Wednesday, December 16th of 2020. I remind folks that we are operating under Executive Order 202.1. We are not permitting the members of the public to attend the Board of Education meeting in person. Members of the Board of Education and our administrators are attending the meeting remotely via Google Meet. It can be viewed live tonight on our district website. Or at www.eastaurora.org/BOE MTG Live. In addition, the meeting will be recorded and transcribed at a later date. We are returning from executive session where the board discussed matters leading to the employment of a particular corporation and the employment history of 4 particular employees. Mr. Russ, are there any agenda changes?
No changes.
Right. And we are moving on. There are no items requiring board action on the immediate agenda, and so we're moving on to superintendent's comments.
And we'll be talking about this in a little bit. We decided to move back to hybrid instruction. As the board is aware, the governor has been changing the criteria for us to reopen. And so we decided to move forward, though it presented some challenges, and we'll talk about that in a little while. But we're really glad to have our students back on campus, and the first 3 days have gone well, and so we'll report out to you later in the meeting. I'd also like to just take a moment to read this to you. 2 of our teachers have received an award, and I'd like to share it with you at this time. Dear Superintendent Russ, on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Classical Association of the Empire State, I am pleased to inform you that the Latin program at East Aurora Union Free School District was awarded the June U. Stillwell Outstanding New York State Latin Program Award at this year's annual Case Institute on October 23rd, 2020. The award was presented to Brian Sirwicki and Kate Hannon during our virtual conference by Scholarship Chair William Breitweiser. And so we just want to congratulate both Brian and Kate on this wonderful honor, and I thought maybe Bill and Matt could share a few words with us at this time.
I just wanted to highlight, Brian, if it's okay, the nomination was made because of a couple different factors that Kate and Brian have demonstrated. So specifically the growth in the program, which I know the board has observed over the years, the demonstrating of significant impact on students, which I know some of you have personally experienced, and for celebrating innovation and a successful program in the eyes of our students, our parents, our faculty, and our school administration. So I thought that the recognition was deserving, and especially considering those factors, they are to be congratulated, and it's a celebrated program, and I'm thrilled that they received the recognition that they've deserved for many, many years. So congratulations to Kate and to Brian.
Yeah, I would just, I don't know if is Matt with us? I can't. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Matt,
Okay. Bill, you said it perfectly. I would just echo what Bill said. The one thing that's amazing to me is clubs are really difficult this year. Some of our clubs are excelling, and some of them are struggling a little bit with the hybrid and remote styles. But Kate and Brian, Kate especially at the middle school with her Latin club, is excelling. The students are involved. She's been able to really bring it to life through all of this, and I just could not be happier with having her at the middle school influence our 7th and 8th graders. She's done a fine job under Brian's leadership as well. So I'm very proud of them, and I'm not surprised at all that they received that award.
And I'd just like to add, Brian really built the program. When he came to us, the kids are just enamored with him and his instruction. And then as the program continued to grow, Kate was actually with us a number of years ago, and she left when we were going through some difficult times, part-time work and those kinds of things, and went to Narden for several years. And then when this opportunity came up, she decided to come back, and we couldn't be more thrilled about that, because they are like a perfect complement to each other. And the program is just really, it's just strong. The kids really enjoy engaging with both of them. And like I said, they work so nicely together. It's just really very positive for our students. So, we're just really grateful that she was able to come back, because I'll be very honest, it's very hard to find Latin teachers. They're just few and far between. So we're very fortunate to have both of them with us.
Great. Well, congratulate them on behalf of the board, because it is an impressive program, and I know the board, some board members back in the day were instrumental in getting that program brought back to the district, and it's always nice to see that one be a success, and we're just proud of the work that they do and happy that they've gotten the recognition. So congratulate the boards.
Yeah. That's it for me. Like I said, I'll share later.
All right. Hold on, I have to exit make sure I'm going in the right order here. Board presidents, board members' comments and committee reports. I attended the financial committee meeting, and I think that's just going to be part of our discussion later. And so that's all I have this evening. Jessica, anything?
Just quickly, I don't know if everyone received the information from David Lowery of ECASB, but there was a legislative meeting with NISBA to get their list of priorities for the year, which all seem pretty pertinent. So if you did not receive the list of priorities, let me know and I'll forward. And the other news is that Jill O'Malley, the associate director, is stepping down. So ECASB will be looking for a new second in the new year.
Yeah, I did see that message. Terry O'Reilly? Terry, anything?
Nope, nothing for me. Thanks.
All right, John Segretti?
Two things. First, back to the Latin program. If my kids' experience is representative of the entire population, it was second to none. Phenomenal. Finance, same with Mary Beth. We had a meeting. It went well. The only one point I will make is we're working on what we call a worst case scenario outcome for this year, just to make sure that the reserves we have can cover it. But everything else will come out later. That's it.
Judy Malice?
Nothing for committees, but just about the Latin. A thought that maybe hasn't occurred to everybody, but having taught special education, it occurred to me. I was there when Brian started. I was teaching when Brian started. And I have to tell you, some of the kids that struggled, and they have to meet that requirement in middle school of taking 2 years of language. It accounts for a full year, but it's divided into 2 years. Found that taking Latin really helped them with English. And it was really a blessing to them to be able to fulfill that requirement in such a positive way. I just think he's a marvelous blessing. I'm just so glad to have him.
Thanks, Judy. Kim, on the other side, I'm going around the table. Kim Daniel?
And I would echo what everyone has said about the Latin program. All of our girls participated in it, and it was really a wonderful experience. So congratulations to both of them. And I did attend the safety committee meeting this past Friday, and we covered actually a number of different things that I think some of the other administrators will probably talk about, but I'll just, there are a couple things I'm just going to highlight. Doug was talking about there's a new light pole that's up by the high school in BOCES, and it's my understanding that's on, from what Doug had said, overnight until it gets turned off with the other lights in the parking lot. So that was great to hear that that's there now. They are the COVID clinic, which I'm sure, as we know, all the letters went out talking about it. There's discussion about the COVID clinic and how that went and that things went well. All the things at the high school, the middle school, and Parkdale were going well. And they did some lockdown drills. They were actually able to get done at Parkdale. So I'm just going to see. Oh, the police said they hired a crossing guard to fill in for someone who's ill right now. So they're going to have that. I'm assuming that crossing guard was there for Main Street. Yes.
Mhm.
So that was something we were talking about on Friday. And then there was discussion about winter sports starting. But I know there have been some changes with that too. So I'm assuming we're going to talk about that later on also, because everything, since Friday, we've had a bunch of things change. So those were kind of some of the highlights of things we talked about. So, and then the gaggle, which I think we're going to talk about that a little bit more.
We will be talking about a new winter sports update. Yep, later on. I think Bill will speak to it.
Right. So
yeah.
Dan Brunson, anything?
Thank you. Yes, since our last board meeting, the day after our last board meeting, the special event honoring Rich Clements and Brian Russ and the school district in general was broadcast on Facebook. And I think there have been 800 or 900 people that have viewed it on the Facebook channel. So I just want to congratulate the people from the foundation who arranged for that. I think it was well deserved, the proclamation that Brian received and the honor that Rich received point out what quality people we have working in the district, and the foundation officers know that and responded. So congratulations. Also, there is, I noticed, and I'm pleased to see on the agenda that the Board of Education is going to be accepting a donation from the foundation for a grant that was approved in the last month to provide cameras in the gymnasium and out on the turf field to allow parents and students who are unable to attend in person to view athletic events live as they're occurring. This was a grant proposal that was written by Mr. Caselny and which was approved by the foundation board in the last month. So the foundation continues to do good things to help the school district move along. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Dan. It seems like it was a while ago, but you're right. It was right after our last board meeting. It was a nice event.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'd like to congratulate Rich. Very well deserving, and he was very, I guess, overwhelmed by the recognition. And I know he was very, very grateful. And so it turned out to be a nice event. I mean, those things are very difficult to pull together, and I think the foundation did just a perfect job in representing what they do, and not only that, recognizing the district, as you said, as a whole, which was very nice, the proclamation, and then of course recognizing Rich. I think it just was just the perfect amount, and I think it was, like you said, now watched by hundreds of people in the community, and they're just doing really great work for us. And again, I'd like to thank you for the huddle as well, Dan. The grant, it's really. I think it's very timely. I think it's something that we've been working with in the past and supported by the boosters, but now having the cameras will allow us to stream those games, not only now, like when we're in the midst of this pandemic, but even after this. So people who are out of town, who are unable to be here to watch their grandchildren and those types of things, will be able to watch those events and activities into the future. So it's really a really positive thing for the district. So thanks to the foundation again.
All right, moving on to administrators' comments. Mr. Membretti, anything this evening? Or are you part of the? All right, Joanne, same. Are you doing financials? All right, Jerome Blockowitz.
Nothing at this time, thank you.
Jessica Lyons.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can.
Okay, I've had some computer problems. Just an update on the hybrid model. We're happy to have the students back in person, obviously. We're ecstatic, even if it's just for the 6 days before Christmas, they're right back into the groove. And I'm just gonna update you. We did have 20 students that whose parents decided to keep them home until we return on the 4th. We have about 12 that are under quarantine for different reasons that aren't returning until the 4th either. And we have, we've always had 62 students that have been remote since September, and we sent out a survey last week, all the buildings did, about returning to in-person instruction for the second semester. So I have, out of the 62, I have about 6, maybe 7 returning to school on February 1st. Yeah, I don't have much else. Everything's going good. We're chugging along and getting ready for pajama day next week. We were also able, in the past, Nikki Krieger and I have helped out some families at Parkdale for the holidays, and we are still able to do that this year. We have 12 families we adopted, and they're going to be picking up their gifts this tomorrow and Friday. So everybody pitched in, everybody signed up, from community members to teachers, and it was a really, really great turnout this year, and I know it'll help a lot of people.
You know, I'd like to just publicly thank Nikki. She's been doing this for a number of years, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work to coordinate it and gather all the gifts for these 12 families. So she really often goes out of her way and does it quietly, and just grateful for her continuing to do that.
Yeah, she's great.
That's fantastic, and people are in need like this every year, but this year in particular, I think a lot of folks are really struggling. So it's nice to see people give back when they can.
Yeah.
Just a quick question about the staffing arrangements for people who are in person versus remote. So there hasn't been any significant change then in the numbers of students who are remote versus the number of students who are in person hybrid. I'm assuming then there's that the class sizes continue to be appropriate in both of those models.
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, we have about 6 or 7 students returning from all remote, but our class sizes are right around anywhere from 10 to 12. But those students returning, I'm able to move them in with the same exact teacher just to the morning session, so we don't have to change teacher or classmates. And for all the students that are remaining all remote, they'll have the same structure and same teacher that they've had since September.
Great. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yep.
Matt Brown.
Sure. Same. We are so excited to have students back. It feels great to have them back in the building. Without students for a few weeks, it was becoming awfully lonely. So it was really good to see them. But as good as it felt for me and for the teachers to see the students, the best part of it is walking around the cafeteria and asking them how they're doing. And I asked as many students as I could see, are you excited to be back? Are you glad to be back? And, of course, they're going to say yes to me, being the principal. But I would delve a little deeper and say, why? Why are you glad to be here? And there was not one student who couldn't convince me that they truly were glad to be back, whether it was to see their teachers, whether it was to see their friends, whether it was for routine. And some of them even really did tell me that they learned better. They're like, I learned better in class. It's hard for me on the computer, and I just want to be at school. So to hear those things, it definitely felt really good. So I know that we made the right decision there. The other thing, similar to what Jess said, are sponsoring a few families. We've gone the route this year of collecting gift cards and money and purchasing gift cards through TOPS. We did have one person who stepped up and gave some extra money from the community, which was very helpful. So we do have a few families that we're helping out in that regard this holiday season. And a huge special thank you to our middle school PTO. We had our holiday cheer last week where they decorated the hallways with Christmas lights, and they had all these like candle votives with pine tree stumps, and needles were all over, but it was great. And they brought cookies from these bakeries and from Wegmans and all over. But when the PTO asked me, should we do it this year with everything going on, and for a little second, we were like, well, maybe this year's not the year. Maybe we'll skip it this year. And then the more we started talking, we decided it's probably more important this year than it ever has been before to celebrate times like this and to let people just relax and laugh and have a cookie. And I'm really glad that we made the decision we did. But Kirsty Wade, who ran it from our PTO, just did an incredible job. So we just want to make sure that they understand how much we appreciate that. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Matt.
Man, I live for the day when we have cookies at school board meetings again.
Me too. Me too. I look forward to that. And cutting cake with our faces on it. I look forward to that.
Matt Librock, you're up.
All set tonight. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for joining us. Bill Roberts.
Ironically, we were joking with Travis that he has never experienced a school board event with cake just today. So very timely, Mr. Brown.
Be careful what you wish for. Those meetings are a little longer when they're in person.
I haven't told him that, but so just a couple updates. Kim, it was a timely statement. We just received some new guidance this afternoon, or I should say this evening, about winter sports. So I'll just read this to make sure that I explain it accurately. So all winter sports have been delayed again, and this time until January 18th as a start date. We initially thought that boys swimming was going to be able to begin earlier, but that has been delayed as well to January 18th. And another sport that we thought was going to be able to begin earlier was indoor track. And due to obviously the pandemic, but also then scheduling issues for indoor track facilities, unfortunately, we received word today that season has been canceled. It was going to be such a short season with so few competitions that it's been canceled as of today. So we'll continue to keep you updated on our winter sports seasons. We're still optimistic that that's going to happen in some shape for our athletes. And Mr. Russ and Mr. Castellani and I are meeting on a regular basis to talk about what those potential seasons will look like, but also looking at alternatives as well to keep our student athletes engaged, because we know how important that is for them. So again, that's the update as of about 6:54 this evening.
Bill, have they said because they're delaying winter sports now until January 18th, does that mean spring sports are being delayed? Have they given you any indication if they're just going to keep delaying everything or nothing, overlapping things?
So the press release that came out today just focused on these winter sports. I'm sure they're talking about that behind closed doors, but nothing that's come out publicly.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Bill.
Sorry.
I didn't know. I thought you were keep going. Go ahead.
Okay. Another update on our schedule. I think you're all aware that the January Regents exams have been canceled. I met with my leadership team earlier in the week, and we decided to cancel our midterm week that we would traditionally have at the end of January. And we're going to have a normal hybrid instructional week that January 25th through January 29th. So that's an adjustment that I'll communicate with our families in the next couple of weeks. But that's something that we thought was most appropriate, and also something that, as I've communicated with local school districts, I think the vast majority, if not all, are following suit and doing something similar. And then, Mr. Russ, do you want me to chime in a little bit about the transition back to hybrid learning? Okay. And I'd like to echo what Matt said. To me, the gauge was the volume in the cafeteria. And honestly, the volume in the cafeteria, it was louder than it's been all year. So to me, you know, it warmed my heart that the students were back, and you could tell they were excited to be back. They were more engaged than ever. And Travis is going to talk a little bit about that in a minute. So the students that are with us are just thrilled, and we're excited that they're back with us and back with their teachers in person, walking our halls, experiencing our instruction. And it's been a really nice week. The one change that we've made is we are now live streaming our elective courses as well. That takes place on blue days for students who are in the blue group, and on red days for students who are in the red group. And it was a great success during those few weeks that we were 100% remote. And for those students who are still remote, they're very thankful that we've made that change. So again, the program continues to evolve, and I'm proud of our teachers and our students for the flexibility and offering what we think is the best program we can offer. So to give you an update on the numbers, you know, we were hovering at about 70 students at full remote for a number of months. And then as the infection rate continued to rise, as well as us coming back to in-person instruction, that number has jumped to 110 at this point. And then we have an additional 49 students who are going to be out until after the holidays, and that's either student or parent choice, and that also includes some students who are finishing up quarantines. So we do have a pretty good number of students who are learning remotely. But I'm going to pass it off to Travis to calm maybe your concerns that you have about those numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. So we built a system once we went fully remote to track attendance and to intervene if we saw any lags in student attendance as they're learning remotely. And the attendance was amazing, to be quite honest, throughout the full period of our full remote learning. Almost 99% of our students were attending all of their classes. Anecdotally, we had teachers coming in saying they had perfect attendance in all of their classes all day long. And then when I looked through the data, there was at most a dozen kids in the whole high school that were not attending a majority of their classes. So we felt really heartened that our remote learning was engaging as many of our students as possible. And then we had a good system when we saw kids that were not attending to intervene quickly and get them re-engaged quickly. And it worked. And so we felt really good about that. Since coming back, we've really tried to continue creating a positive environment. We've got our holiday spirit days that started up this week, including our PJ day and ugly sweater contest next week that I get the privilege of judging. That'll be exciting. And we will have a really what we think will be a fun day next week, where we're going to have some homeroom trivia contest through Google Meet that we hope the students will enjoy. And our counseling department has also been awesome. They have also spearheaded an Adopt a Family program in our high school, and we've had a lot of donations. It's been really great. So remote learning we feel great about, but we're also super excited to have the kids back in the building and trying to create as welcoming and engaging an environment as possible.
Thank you both. Can either of you speak to this time of year is also the time when our seniors are doing their applications for college and getting all of that work in, and I know that our full remote kind of came at a time when many of them were getting their last minute some of their initial applications in. Can you speak to whether or not you're getting feedback and are kids getting the support that they need in order to get those applications in, their letters of recommendation, any additional information they need from the counseling center? Can you speak to just that process for those seniors?
When I last connected with the counseling department, I had heard that they had completed their senior interviews where they interview the students and get them pointed in the right direction. So I feel like we're in a very good place with helping our students get prepared for their next steps.
The one thing that I'll say is that Wednesdays have been tremendously helpful, especially for supporting those students who are fully remote in that regard. Obviously, we catch our blue students on Monday, Tuesday, our red students Thursday, Friday, and then the remote students on Wednesday. So we had great plans of an enhanced support for our parents and for our students in regards to the college search process, and because so much of that was going to be face-to-face, a lot of that is on the back burner for this year. So with so many things, we're adjusting and adapting, and I'm proud of everybody's efforts as we've moved through this.
Thanks, Bill. And any other board member for Bill and Travis before?
Well, just a quick similar question to what I asked Jessica. So when your students are changing from being remote to, from being the hybrid model to being remote, or vice versa, does that affect their schedule or their teacher assignments, or is it seamless, this change?
Yeah, it is, Dan. I do ask every parent who makes that decision, with collaborating obviously with their son or daughter, to communicate with me. And to Mr. Russ's surprise, I can respond to those emails quickly and get them converted over without much delay. And they have the same schedule, they have the same teachers, and it's a benefit to, again, Mark and the technology department in setting up the remote instruction with Chromebooks and with Google Meets. We can flip the switch at a moment's notice, and I will tell you that every single parent, and I say with great confidence, every single parent email praises what we're doing. And has other reasons as to why they're making this decision. So the communications have been 100% positive and supportive for what we're doing as a district and what we're doing at the high school.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. And Dan, I'm not sure that you asked Matt Brown, but if I can call on him now to say, can you answer that same question for the middle school?
To be honest with you, I didn't share the numbers, so if you don't mind, I could do that right now.
Sure.
We spent most of the first until November right around that 70 range of a number of students who are working 100% remotely. And then, like Bill said, as the infection rate increased and we went to remote, we're up to 83 students now who are working fully remotely through at least January, through the end of the first semester. We have an additional 30 whose parents have chosen to keep them home until January 4th, just through the holiday season. And as of right now, we did put a survey out to see how many students will potentially be coming back to the hybrid model for the second semester of the school year. And at this point, we have 17 of those students who are planning to return. So 83 total right now, 17 of them will come back. So it's pretty much going to get us back to where we were, for much of the first semester. So that's the update on the numbers. In regard to staffing, it at this point, it doesn't make a huge impact. What I'm looking at right now is, especially in 8th grade, I'm a little concerned because many of our 8th grade classes are already at their maximum in regard to how many students can be in the classroom with social distancing. Most of our classrooms are set up where we can go no more than 13 students. Sometimes we can get to 14. And in 8th grade, we have several classes that are at those numbers. And we have 6 or 7 students who are planning to come back in the second semester from 8th grade. So we may have to change 8th grade schedules for the second semester. That is something we're going to be looking at. Lori and Amy in the main office and myself will be working on that over our break, and we'll make those decisions at that point. And that also could impact, we're hoping that there's some other students who are recognizing need the 4 days of instruction, of in-person instruction. So we're waiting to have all of those numbers before we further that conversation to see how many more students we can bring back. But what I can tell you is we're working diligently, we're meeting all the time, and trying our best to make sure these kids are connected. A lot of what the high school had mentioned about the Wednesdays check-ins and different things like that, we're also following suit at the middle school.
Do you have any alternative spaces in the middle school that might accommodate some bigger?
See, that's what's really difficult, Mary Beth, is really the only place we have is the multi-purpose room.
Right.
So it's all of the classrooms are the same size, and we utilize our library for a class in 5th grade and 7th grade. So we have a job ahead of us, and it's really close right now. I'm not 100% sure which way it's going to go. I'm hopeful that we can balance the classes, and there may be some adjustments, and I will definitely keep you posted as we figure this out over the next few weeks.
What about sectioning off the gym? Is that a possibility?
Well, we have phys ed classes in there all day, so
Gotcha. Sorry.
Yeah, that'd be pretty. And that's also where we're storing all of the desks that we removed from the classrooms. So space is definitely a concern, but I will tell you we have the right people that will figure it out. Matt Leibrock as well. He's involved in all of this, and we're creative. We're putting our heads together. So I'm very hopeful that come January, I'll come back with a report and everything will be figured out.
How big are those trailers you can get?
One other comment back to the counseling center, and more specifically, Miss Wilcox. My son applied to a bunch of colleges, but 3 of them, he went early action, not early decision, and that crunches the time frame. She turned around the recommendation letters, which is 4 of them, 3 teachers and herself, in next to no time. So if everyone else is seeing it, I think they're doing very well.
Thanks, John.
Yeah, and we're going to provide a report, like an update on that process, even though unfortunately Bill wasn't able to implement it to the degree they wanted to, but we just wanted the board to know what they've been doing, and so we'll be giving a counseling center update probably in maybe March, February, March, April, sometime in those months.
Great, Brian. Thanks.
Sure.
Bill, can I ask you one more question concerning your numbers? You had said 70 were full remote when the school year started, and now you're at 110. So of those 40 that are now new, are they planning on staying after January 29th, or you don't know that yet?
Well, good question, Terry. We didn't have the return rate that Parkdale and the middle school did on the survey. So we need to spend some time. Ms. Hedfeld will spend some time over the next couple of weeks reaching out, making phone calls to each of those families to confirm. So I'll have that update for you. I know the initial limited numbers that we've received, there were 10 to 12-ish that we're planning on returning. So that's positive. But again, I don't have the data that the other schools do, but I will have that for you. It's just going to take a little time.
But you don't think you're going to have an issue like Matt might have at the middle school as far as spacing in classrooms?
No, I don't anticipate any issues.
Thanks.
All right. Now, this is the point in the meeting where we have visitors' comments, but we did not receive any emails this evening. So we are moving on to reports and discussion items. Joanne, you're up for your business and financial reports.
Okay, thank you. First, I'd like to give a shout out to Doug's crew, who've been instrumental in helping get the 100K capital project in the business office area done. They have done fabulous work repurposing furniture. We didn't buy new furniture, but they painted it. It looks brand new. It really is phenomenal. And now on to the general fund. All of these reports tonight are as of the end of October. In our general fund, we had approximately $19.7 million in cash in the bank, which ties to our cash flow for October. We had expended approximately 24% of our general fund budget, and we had received approximately 71% of our revenues. In the cafeteria fund, not a lot had happened as of the end of October. Things were slowed down as we approached September. Again, we were notified that we could universal feed, but the system and all the waivers and the different forms we had to fill out weren't complete. So not a lot was happening through the end of October. I believe we'll see more expenditures and more revenues once we hit November. But expenditures were slightly lower than revenues in the cafeteria fund. The F fund, like every year, not much happening as of the end of October. I have received 2 of our grants approvals. So in the next several months, we'll start seeing things start to flow through the federal fund. That takes us through our funds. I did attend a joint business officials meeting today, and there was a little bit of promising news that the federal government will need to act on something by December 18th, or they will go into shutdown. So we were a little hopeful that we may see a piece of the stimulus and have a little bit of information in the next couple of days from the federal government. And they also reported, and Governor Cuomo did today, that they expect to see more on a stimulus from the federal level in February. And then I also had Jackie send the updated COVID expenditure spreadsheet. And during our finance committee meeting, we had discussed adding on unanticipated revenues due to COVID onto this spreadsheet. So on the last page, I just wanted to draw your attention on, it's kind of a salmon colored highlighted area, that we have received our Erie County CARES Act funding that we weren't anticipating. And that was $190,100, which has been helpful. And does anyone have any questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think I jump in here with the grid. I don't have the trendy headset that Ms. George has, but I'll do my best. I believe Ms. Whopper emailed you the updated kind of budget highlight grid that we talked about in budget finance. That should be in your email. Let me just walk through it. Just a reminder that the monthly totals are cumulative back to the actual final budget. They don't build or subtract on each other. So we continue to trend positively in terms of salaries. Remember, in this first category, negatives are good and positives are bad. So we're about $30,000 under where we thought we'd be in salaries for the year. Significantly, we're about $150,000 less than where we thought we'd be in benefits. And a lot of that continues to be health insurance savings, health not hitting our targets in a good way, or our projected targets that they anticipated. So there's a bit of a savings there. And really our focus on wellness across the district, in information, the use of generic medicines, the EAP, the rest of that is paying off in significant dividends, not just in the health and wellness of our faculty and staff, but also in terms of our financial wellness as well. Still too early to realize or bank any savings from equipment. We think we're going to be about $25,000 under budget so far in supplies, contractual about $30,000. Textbook, software, library, and tuition, way too early for that. BOCES, that number is just going to kind of keep floating out there until about February. You're not really going to see any movement there. And in transportation, we continue to realize some savings to the tune of about $250,000, or I'm sorry, $25,000. Don't get excited, Joanne. Those numbers together show that the controllable parts of the budget, the decisions that the administration is making on spending money and where it can save money. So far this year, we feel confident in saying that we have come in about $260,000 under budget. And a lot of that is good decision making, frugal decision making, and creative decision making. There's also, you'll see in the debt transfer services, that has to do, there's a little bit of a surplus there. That just has to do with running our universal feeding. So we're projecting that's going to come in at about 5,000, again, under budget there. So we should be okay there, giving us savings of about $265,000, the controllable parts of what we can do. We're moving on to the next section. That's where the positives are good, and now the negatives turn bad again. And you're going to see there is a little bit of a bad news. So this is all revenue. We've realized about $2,000 more in property tax, so that's good. But you're going to see about $90,000 projection less in the Erie County sales tax. What we did is initially from last year's total to this year's budget, we cut it about 4.5%, thereabouts, rounded. And we've just gotten new information that says basically you should be budgeting about 8% less than the actual received last year. So that $90,000 number, for those of you that are better at math than me, will say, well, that's only about 3.5–4% under budget. We know because we already took another 4% out in the budgeting process. So we're projecting to come in about 8% less in sales tax revenue, which is not great. Normally when I do this grid, we're getting more revenue than we expected and we're spending less than we expected. This year we are still spending less than we have expected, but we're also taking in less than we expected. That nets itself out at this point of a conservative estimate of $177,000, which is the 265 minus the 88. Underneath that is just kind of what we have in some of our fund balances. That's just kind of out there, the appropriated, unappropriated, and then the ERS, TRS reserve. That's just kind of sitting there. So those are those quote unquote savings accounts that aren't really savings accounts. And then for your knowledge, that's where those reserves underneath ended there. New this month from last month is going to be the second page of this. And that second page is going to give you a staffing update. We used to have this on the grid and we've returned to putting it to the grid. In the past, we used to reference it in terms of cuts and additions. Because we're not so much in the cutting and restoration mode now, but we kind of seems to get our feet back under us. What we're doing is cumulative changes from June of 2020. So where we ended the school year last year. So the first line you'll see is administrative. We ended the year with 11 administrators. We did not replace Matt Leibrock's old job with another administrator. We're using Chris Caselny as a TOSA. And we did not replace Rich Clemens with another full-time administrator. I'm kind of shepherding that, and Dennis is helping me run that day to day. So that's where we go down to. But then we added the Parkdale Middle School assistant principal, so that's up 1. So we're down 1 administrator from where we've been for the year. Those next 5 lines together are teacher breakdown by building. And that shows where we are in June of 20 versus November of 20. Shows that we're about equivalent, just tiny bit down. And then the next categories, the aides, the B&G, clerical technicians, managerial, confidential, and appointed. We don't measure them in FTEs, so the numbers aren't always the most helpful thing for all of you. So I gave you 2 different things. The first is how many hours per week we pay them. But on the left-hand side there, I put actual total numbers of bodies, or as my colleagues on the administrative team will make fun of me for calling them belly buttons. So, for example, the teacher aides, even though the numbers don't tell the full story, we went from 63 to 56 teacher aides, actual employees, and that shakes itself out in various ways with the hours. The B&G clerical technician, I believe that was cut off on the scan that you got. That went from 49 to 52, so that's up 3. And we hold the same amount of managerial confidential. So for our hourly employees there, we went from about 100. We went from exactly 120 in June to 116 now. And that kind of shakes itself out in the hours. That might mean, certain positions were added, combined, deleted, those type of things. And then the other new piece of information is the far right-hand column of the next section, which is where our reserve fund balances wound up as of June of 2020. I believe that was blank last month as well, but we've gotten those numbers in from the audit. So the good news is, if you look at the very bottom right-hand corner, it shows that we added to our fund balance after last year $389,581 when everything came out in the wash. Any questions about that grid? And then I do have one other financial update for everyone.
Yeah, I have one.
Yes, Dan.
Mark, Joanne just mentioned that she sent us, I'm having trouble finding it here, but it really doesn't matter. She sent us an update on the COVID expenditures, and that included in that was an update on the revenue that we received, which is about $190,000. Joanne just said. First of all, is that $190,000 the only revenue we've received? In other words, we haven't gotten anything from the state, we haven't gotten anything from the federal government. The only additional revenue that we have received relating to our expenses for the COVID virus has been this $190,000. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And how then does this additional expenditure and additional revenue, how do we show that on this grid that Mark just gave us? In other words, you show, for instance, savings in the supply area, but I assume we spent a whole lot of money on additional supplies for the COVID. So am I right that the COVID stuff does not appear on the grid at all?
No, it is in there, but we also have a budget freeze in place. So because of the budget freeze and with these supplies being purchased, we're still okay.
Okay, so the COVID expenses are included in the upper part of the grid for expenditures, but the $190,000 in additional revenue is not included in the lower portion of the revenue.
It would not have yet. In the old days, 2 years ago, we used to add that in, right, Joanne? But now it's to the November 30th. No,
it is included, and it's netted against the sales tax reduction.
Okay.
So you're saying the sales tax reduction of 90,000 is really 90? It really is
greater, but it's offset.
But you have taken this 190,000. So the actual reduction in sales tax is more like $280,000 in expected revenue, offset by the 190,000 of revenue that we receive from the county, and that's because that line is where we get our county revenue from. So maybe it would be more to have some kind of a footnote or something to show that line is not just sales tax; it's sales tax and other miscellaneous revenue from the county.
Okay.
I just had one. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go, Mary Beth.
I'll wait for you, Brian.
No, John, go ahead.
Just two questions.
Mary Beth, you're on
You're
mute.
mute.
Do you want me to go back?
Yeah, go ahead, John.
All right. So when we show the 260 positive, net it's 177 positive. That only takes away about 177 of the 418, so it leaves about 240 that we still have to make up. Is that right, Joanne?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then the second thing is, we talked about a worst case scenario for next finance committee. Would you be able to just put it in this same format, but just put, your expectations on what state aid is going to look like, what county sales tax is going to look like, and that's really probably going to be it for changes there. And same with up above, ones that are going to be lower and higher. Will that work?
Yep.
Thanks. That's it for me.
Just John, the 418. What is the 418?
So every year we have a fund balance that we have to replenish that comes out of it.
Fund balance. Thank you.
Yeah.
So Joanne, I think for the reports moving forward, if you just asterisk the sales tax line and put a note on the grid that says that that's including that, that revenue, $190,000 in revenue from the state on the COVID reimbursement, then it won't. Otherwise, I think people will forget and it'll come up again and again. So that'll just be a reminder for folks. You don't have to
Will
redo the
do.
grid, but just include that.
And I should have said, nice job. Thank you for making it a priority.
Thanks.
I think the one thing I just wanted to share is under the revenues, and you can see it that both months are at zero, is the state aid piece. That is the biggest question of all of this, right? Right now, Joanne's projecting a little bit under $11 million, and we really have no idea what that's going to be. So that cut will be coming to us once the stimulus packages are put into place, and that all rolls down to the state level in whatever shape or form that happens. And so that is probably the biggest thing that's outstanding right now that we are concerned about. So we haven't got any information on that, and we probably won't for at least a little while. Yeah.
And I thought when we talked in the Budget Finance Committee meeting that you likely would not have that projection for the next board meeting, that it wouldn't be ready in January. So John, I don't think she's going to have it for then. We were talking about perhaps it would be February, if those numbers come out in time in February, but we weren't going to do a non-meaningful projection because it's just sort of not productive right now.
Right. Yeah. The other things may be more. Oh, sorry, John, you're on mute.
You're still on mute.
Yeah.
You go ahead, Brian. I talk too fast. I'll say that.
No. Yeah. So that's the thing is that you know how this process goes every year. It never comes to us as quickly as we would like. This year, unfortunately, it's probably going to be worse. And so we're just going to have to really wait it out until we get some of that information, primarily from the federal government, because that's going to impact what the governor's going to be able to do at the state level. So if we see some relief, then we'll be able to speak to it if he's able to indeed move. But I think that would happen by our next meeting. It's probably unlikely. Yeah.
Right. From what I heard today, it's going to be February. So it might be February, March before I'm ready to be able to project that.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. So we may need to adjust our schedule a little bit later on in the process. Unfortunately, we have 3 meetings in March, and that's intentional because that's when the bulk of our discussions happen anyways. But this year, again, Joanne's going to probably be scrambling even more so because that loop of information is probably going to be delayed even greater than it usually is.
And just for the other board members, because we haven't seen this in a while, and I'll just explain it how my mind works with this. If you look at the first page where it says November 20 and it lists the categories down, I just go down to that 177 number to know how close to the 418 are we. Then I know where we're short there. And then to take it to a worst case scenario, I just take 20% of the $10 million. That's what the governor said in the worst case scenario. That makes it about $2.1 million. Then I go down to the second page and I look at what our unappropriate fund balance is, which is $3,312,000. And we've already discussed that we were potentially going to have to use half of that to make it up. So that would be, 165 there already. So we're not, our worst case scenario isn't a doomsday scenario, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a very good point, John. I think that the unappropriated fund balance being as strong as it is really going to be the saving grace for that type of cut. Of course, our goal is not cut programs or teachers or staff members. We don't know if that's going to be the case or not. But that unappropriated fund balance puts us in the best position we possibly can not to do those things. And that's, I'll be honest, it's just the work of the board in terms of managing our budget and doing it in a way that is fiscally prudent and conservative. And so that has positioned the district in a good place to weather this storm. I mean, we don't know what it is, and it could be even worse than that. We don't know. But from what we're hearing so far, like John said, we have the resources to support us hopefully get through most of it. I mean, there will be still some things that we have to consider and some hard decisions that we're going to have to make, and that could include cutting programs, but we're very hopeful that that won't happen. But again, unfortunately, we're not going to know that for at least a few months, and that's not an easy thing to do. So,
Brian, the hard part of a budget is not putting it together. The hard part is executing on it and communicating back on it. So I would put it right back to the administration. Thanks to you over the past 4 years, we're in a position that we can weather the storm.
Anyone else have any questions on this financial and business reports?
I do have one other financial update before we move on.
Yep, go ahead.
If you're okay. So for many years, you've heard of the Smart Schools Bond Act, SSBA. It's the money that the state bonded to improve technology and infrastructure and the rest. We're almost ready to pull the trigger on our share. I'll talk a little bit about what we're going to do and then a little bit about the process by which we're going to do it. But we showed a number of our smart boards in our classrooms are kind of coming beyond their end of life, to be honest with you, and are failing at a rate that it's actually more expensive to fix some of them. So what we want to do is we looked at a number of interactive panels and smart boards, a committee of teachers made up from all 3 buildings, and they settled on the Smart MX275, which is kind of the latest, greatest whiz-bang smart board out there. We want to buy 140 of those, which is going to put a brand new smart board in every single learning space we have in our district, and a couple spaces that we can turn into learning spaces or have in spare. Those things retail for about $4,000 a unit. We've worked with our vendors and the supply chain, and we've been able to take off $400 off that price. So we want to use pretty much all of our $532,000 on buying 140 of these boards at $3,600 a piece. There are going to be some ancillary costs for mounts and wires, and it does come with a PD program and some other kind of tips and tricks that teachers can have as well that we want to talk about. So the recommendation that I'm going to come back to you hopefully next month, if we can get everything in line, is that we take almost all of our Smart Schools Bond Act money and purchase these. The good news is they're in stock and are ready to ship. And once we have the time and resources available, can start installing them just as soon as we have them. However, on the other end, we were promised that there would be a 90-day reimbursement from the state on this $2 billion that the state took out. We're hearing districts waiting anywhere from 6 to 10 to 18 months on getting that reimbursement. And so that's a lot of money to float out there. We get it all back. But the question is, when is the best time to pay this bill? And over what years do we expect the reimbursement and when to float it? So right now we're balancing the product, where the product is in its life cycle, the deal we're getting from the vendors and the PD and all the rest of that, versus how big and how long of a burden the district has to carry before the state makes us whole again. So we're in a little bit of a spot there where we want to get the best product at the best deal at the best time. And like most things in life, those 3 things don't always line up perfectly on top of each other. But I know this has been floating out there for a few years. We spent a lot of time behind the scenes working on some infrastructure that no one will ever see. But Dennis has worked tirelessly, in addition to everything else I throw on his plate, to now kind of have the forward-facing part of our expenditure come out there. And that'll be, I think we get $532,000, and this is going to bring us in just over $500,000 in purchases, and will equip us for many years in a row. We also got an extended warranty thrown in there, not 3, but they're going to extend it up to 5. So they're working with us, but we need to balance buying the best product at the best time. That's what we're working on right now.
Yeah, just to comment on that is, I'd just like to thank Rich Clemens, who, has been working on this prior to his retirement over the last several years. And what this does with the establishment of the reserve, it allows us to make this significant expenditure that basically all of our teachers utilize. And so what has made our instructional program so successful is the fact that we have access to these technologies, the fact that all of our students have Chromebooks. The smart boards play a critical part in the delivery of that instruction, both when they are remote and when they are in the hybrid model. And so without this, we would have been at a distinct disadvantage. And unfortunately, there are a number of school districts that do not have the capacity that we do. And so, Rich's kind of long-term plan has really come to fruition. So we're really grateful for his work on this. And then now with Dennis and Mark kind of taking the lead in terms of making it happen, I think spending the money on an item that is, like I said, utilized by every teacher within the district to varying degrees from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. The reserve that we put in place will also allow us to continue to save over the next 7 to 10 years that these boards will be in use, and allow us then to be able to replace them through savings in the reserve. So the model is really for not only for the immediate, but for the long term. And so it's really all falling into place. We just have to hope that the SSBA funding, as Mark was just alluding to, actually moves along and it comes to us, because the plan that they put in place is really excellent. And it's just, and it's really future thinking. And it's
Do you have any concern about if you buy them all 140 at the same time, that they're gonna all need to be replaced again at that same time?
Yeah, we do have that concern. And again, that's kind of the balance of, we're getting the discount because we're buying in bulk, and the discount isn't as great if we don't. The other part is, if we do put in, you can only put in for SSBA what you've actually expended. And so if it was a 90-day turnaround, we would buy it in 3 groups of 100 days apart or 200 days apart. Right now, is if we put it in and we don't get paid back for 18 months, we can't buy wave 2 until 19 months from now. So we got a lot of tough decisions to make. We agree with it, but I also say it's the smart boards right now are limping along to such an extent that, because we didn't start the replacement cycle 2-3 years ago for very legitimate reasons, it's almost time just to rip it off and start again, and then phase in on the outside end of this project when and how we replace. It's almost best to just start again right now.
Fair enough. Anyone else on that piece?
What happens to the old ones? Do they get resold, recycled?
I think they're going to be scrapped and resold for parts, or electronic recycled or something like that. There's not
part of the. Do they offset the cost at all?
Not to the extent that you're going to notice. The electronic recycler will take what they want out of it, but it's.
But there's no resale.
They're well beyond. No, they'll just harvest it for whatever the metals or whatever they take out of it, like old cell phones. But they're not going to another school.
Yeah, many of them have been in place for, more than 10 years, Jess. Yeah. There's some newer ones than that, absolutely, but many of them have been, I might even be 15 years, for some of the people that were the first ones out. Some of those have been replaced because they just died, but so the majority of what's left is, like Mark is saying, they're just at end of life.
All right, moving on to the plans for the development of the 2021-2022 school district budget.
Okay.
Dennis, if you could pull up the PowerPoint now.
All right, so I'd like to just begin. This is we usually start our budget discussion in December. As we said earlier, we don't have a lot of information. There's not a lot of information to share at this time, and that's kind of how it is every year. And so we just talk about the process more at this meeting, and then we'll give you a few financial updates as well. But again, I think this year it's going to be different in the fact that we are going to experience some additional delays that we'll have to adjust to later in the process in the spring. So the agenda, here it is. We'll look at the values and vision. We'll look at a quick finance committee update, which has been going quite well. The financial rebuilding that we've been doing over the last several years. We'll look at our fiscal stress score and per pupil expenditures. We'll look at some previous years reminder, the levy and the tax cap, along with the rates and just tax information history. We'll do some, we'll talk about some of the considerations for budget development and then the calendar at the end. Again, here we are, the values and vision have been kind of our guiding force over the last several years as we went through the GEA days and all those losses of support financially from the state and what that required us to do in terms of our programs and our staffing. We built the values and vision from that to kind of breathe new life into the process. And I think it's been quite successful. And again, it's really the guiding force for all of our decision making. So here are the considerations as they've been in place for the last several years. Again, the interests of our students are first and foremost in our decision making. We want to make sure that we're exercising good care and judgment in regard to how we manage the resources. And as we spoke of earlier, the fact that our unappropriated fund balance is a really healthy place, especially as we're realizing that we're going to be facing some financial cuts from the state. We'll know that later in the process. Again, we're committed to conducting our business as openly and as we possibly can. Again, through the board meetings and also postings to our website. We'll continue to do that to make sure that everybody is well informed. And again, like as we were just saying, we're committed to being future focused. We talked a little bit about that in our discussion about the technology, and really looking to create a system that provides support for the district as we move forward. So the Budget Finance Committee, we started meeting in September just to do some planning as we prepare for the budget in December. And those meetings have gone quite well. We met again in October, and you can see there the topics that we've discussed. Again, what we do is from that Budget Finance Committee meetings, we then bring it to the board and share those on a monthly basis through Joanne and Mark's reports. Then we just met in December, and we had a really very good discussion last week about a variety of topics. And again, sometimes these work out as we receive additional information from the state and federal government. And then the future meetings we're going to meet right after the holiday break on the 5th of January, again in February twice, and then in March. We'll probably have some additional dates depending on how the process goes and how things unfold in March and April, and maybe even into May. So here it is, financial rebuilding. And you can see some of the highlighted areas. Those highlighted areas are areas that we have identified that we may need to draw from. And those are in the areas of retirement for ERS and TRS. Again, you can see the numbers of 86,138 and 80,215. We may not draw all of that money. The same thing from the repair reserve, but we may draw, and there's probably going to be some draw from that. But those decisions won't be made actually until the end of this school year in June. Once the budget is finally balanced and we know what we need to draw, we will draw either all of it or a piece of that to make sure that all of our finances are covered. Again, a highlight on the unappropriated fund balance. You can see last year was $1,420,000. That has moved up to $3,312,000, which positions us very well to absorb some of the cuts that we anticipate coming down the road. And then the debt reserve also, again, we're considering drawing up to $298,000, and we'll draw either all of that or a percentage of it, depending on how that all works itself out. So here's another really interesting slide, and we've had this in the process over the last several years. And you can see our fiscal position has improved considerably since kind of the low point in 16-17, where our fund balance was as low as about $2.7 million. And if you look at back historically, all the way back to 2009, it was at 5.9 million. And then it actually rose up to 6.4 million in 2013-14, and then a pretty considerable decline in 14, 15, 15, 16, and then 16 and 17, where we were really at our low point. But we turned that around and rebuilt it by almost $1 million in 17, 18, and then continued in that trend in 18, 19, and 19, 20. But the one note at the bottom you can see is that for the 2021, using 737,000. So actually, from the reserves, so the actual amount there for fund balance is just under $5 million, $4.9 million. But definitely, definitely moving in the right direction, and it's been trending that way over the last about 5 years. So some very positive news there. And so here it is again, looking at our fiscal stress score from 2017, we were at 73.3. And you can see the numbers of all schools in the state, those in Western New York, and then the medium upstate schools. They were around 5-6% or 6 points. And then it dropped to 28.3, which is considerable improvement. And then last year, just about a year ago, was at 10. But you can see if we look at Western New York schools, they were at 4.5. So we're still at double the rate, although we fell out of the susceptible fiscal stress area, which was a really positive thing. So we're hoping that we'll trend again in a positive direction this year. And we should be getting that information shortly, and hopefully we'll be able to report that out at our January board meeting. So accountability, and this is always a really interesting slide to look at. And what it does is it shows our per pupil expenditure. There's one for gen ed, special ed, and then the total expenditure. And you can see East Aurora, at $8,000 per gen ed student, just over $28,000 for our special ed students, for a total of $36,332, is significantly less than similar schools, and as well as all New York State school districts. So again, what that shows, we're getting a really big bang for our buck. Our students, perform against the most competitive schools not only in the state but in the country, and we are spending significantly less to make that happen. So that's always something nice to look at, because sometimes that gets lost in the translation. We lose sight of this, and because there's so many issues that we're dealing with, so many unforeseen and unpredictable circumstances, that to take a look at what it actually costs us to educate our students is something that I think can be very valuable in terms of budgeting. So here we are looking at restorations, and just to see what we've been able to restore and how we've done it a little differently. We were able to restore the assistant principal position, so we're really grateful that's worked out. And Travis and Matt Leibrock are doing a fantastic job for us in those roles. We've lost a principal position when we cut when we closed Main Street Elementary. Again, the athletic director, as Matt Leibrock moved into the assistant principal position, we did not replace that at an administrative level, but we did assign Chris Caselny as a teacher on special assignment. And I have to say, he started in the spring, right when this whole COVID thing happened, and there's been enormous changes to athletics, and he's just done a great job at responding and keeping us well informed. And also the director of instructional technology, we haven't replaced Rich when he retired. Mark's taken over that role along with Dennis, and again, doing a really nice job helping us get through it. But as we talked about in earlier meetings, we realized that the number of cuts that we've had administratively needs to be corrected. And once the finances are in a place to do so, we'll be speaking about what that new structure needs to look like. But right now, everybody's just chipping in and doing what they can to make it work. Also want to thank Bill for taking on the role of director of PE and health, because in that role, we have to have an administrator who is also certified in phys ed, and Bill has those credentials. And so he is overseeing Mr. Caselny in his role, and they have frequent conversations that they share with me in terms of not only our athletics program, but what we're going to be doing in phys ed and health to improve the offerings for our students. Again, we had 23 FTEs and in cuts in our teaching population, and we've been able to restore 12 of those, so about half. We're going to continue to work on that and restore positions to do some of the other academic things that we need to do. Like some of the big things are restoring the 8-period day at the high school, and so we're going to need some additional bodies to make that happen, and we're hoping to do that over this year and into next. Oh no, sorry, can you go back? I apologize. Yeah, the social worker, we actually we restored the position that was cut when Julie Duffett retired at the high school, and then which has been a big shot in the arm. We've been able to add a second social worker at the middle school, and the two of them are doing a fantastic job, not only providing support for our students and their families, but also for our staff. It's been really positive. Again, public relations has been absorbed. Sue Kramer, my secretary, has taken on that role and has done a fantastic job with the calendar and the challenger and all those other things that are rolled into that position, and that's gone very well. We've been able to restore some maintenance positions, which have been very helpful. We're really grateful to have the new maintenance mechanic on board because the volume of work was, it's unsustainable. So that person has been a huge addition. Again, in technology, again, we have one technology integrator who is Lisa Brown, who is a teacher on special assignment, who's been doing a really great job for us. K-12, she's an elementary teacher, but has been doing a really fantastic job with all teachers at all levels. And then 4 tech positions that were cut, we've been able to restore 2 of them. That's another area we're going to have to look at because, again, the amount of technology that teachers are utilizing is grown exponentially, and I'll be honest, technology is in every other area of the district, whether it's in the business office, in the curriculum office, in the special education office. Technology is embedded in every place in the district.
Brian, probably the only thing to add for this slide,
Sure.
for the people that are watching or listening that aren't familiar with the historical part of the district, is that those budgetary reductions came in the, prior to that 2016 year, right, when we were declining financially. And so those reductions all happened during that time. And the restorations didn't happen last year to this year. The restorations have happened over the course of the last 4 budget cycles. Because even last year, I think we were pretty limited in terms of what we were able to do restoration wise, but did manage to squeak in a social worker and an assistant principal and some of those FTEs at Parkdale and stuff. But that's been a multi-year process.
Yes, and that's a great, thank you for mentioning that's a really important point. A lot of the cuts came over a period of years during the gap elimination adjustment, where we saw significant multi-million-dollar losses from the state. So we were forced to make these reductions, and then they were restored, like you said, after that kind of low point. We were able to restore not only our finances, but also find that balance to be restoring these positions over a series of years, a number of years, 4 or 5 years, along with improving our fiscal health at the same time, kind of balancing the two. That's a great point. So here we are again. Yes.
I'm sorry, Brian. Can we
go ahead.
One more slide there? Thank you.
Sure.
I think it's just important to also point out that although most of these reductions were forced upon us by financial circumstances beyond our control, state reduction in state aid and a variety of other issues, there were a few that were purposely done to be more efficient, because the Board of Education was working hard to use the money that we did have in an efficient manner. And that's when we decided to go from 4 schools to 3 schools, and we reduced 1 principal. It wasn't because we were forced financially to reduce 1 principal. It was because we were working to reorganize the district in a more efficient way so that all 3 buildings were approximately the same size. So there are, and I agree with you that 95% of these reductions were forced upon us and need to be reconsidered. But there were a few that were intended to to economize and to make the district more efficient. And a couple of the teacher reductions were simply because of declining enrollment. So so that's just a footnote to what you just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, while we're on the topic, I just want to say thank you for including that from the start. And I think Mary Beth's point is valid. As we keep having these presentations, we have new folks who are engaged, who may just have kids in Parkdale who aren't aware of the history. It may make sense to throw a date on that slide to say we're cuts, yes, budgetary reductions, 2000 painful year to this 2000 painful year, and then the restorations to date. Because to Dan's point, yes, some of those were targeted cuts. I think the majority of them were not, and I think folks need to recognize that now that we're in our second trying time, we should not lose sight of the fact that we're still trying to recover from the last round. And I think it's got to be part of the ongoing conversation, and there should be some date stamp on there so we know how long it's been.
I think that's a great point, because again, I think, we've dealt with this for so many years, but there are new people to the process, new families that are coming on board for the first time and don't know the history. And again, this is really like eight years or 9 years of very difficult, circumstances that the district has gone through. And then, now in the last 3 or 4 years have really, we've risen out of it and been able to restore, but it still shows the significant losses that we're still trying to correct from, back in 2007-8 when this all started. So here it is on the tax levy. Again, on the next few slides are just kind of reminders of what will be included as we move forward. We looked at what we've been looking at the tax projections over a period of years. We're really trying to look 3 years out, and you can see if we go back to the 18-19, 19-20 budget, and then 2021 budgets, what we have forecasted and where it actually came in. And so, we had the 2021 budget projected at 4.75. It actually came in at 5.07 this year. And again, so that ebbs and flows, and you can see from the data how that's kind of, if we go back all the way to 18-19, we were projecting it at 7.23. So, we came in somewhere between those two numbers, and of course, closer to the 4.75. But I think what's most important about this is looking at the projections moving forward. And this is what we've been talking to the community about, is really projecting and getting to a point where we can get to more reasonable increases in our budget on an annual basis, and something that is more predictable and steady moving forward. We had to do these things back in 1920 and 18 and 17 because of the losses that we had from the state. We had no choice. We had to make all of those cuts while we were making these increases. And so the balance of our fiscal health and restoration of position has really forced us to do this so that we can maintain the quality of programs that we feel our students deserve. The community has been incredibly supportive of that, but also looking for some stabilization. And I'm happy to report, now we don't know what's going to happen this year. Here we are again in a really unpredictable year, but we're hoping that where we're positioned will help us to weather that storm this year, and we'll get back to a more reasonable increase in the years ahead. So again, this is just, a preliminary look, but the idea that this is a really important piece, not only for the district, but for our community.
I thought in the Budget Finance Committee, we were going to superimpose something on this slide that says, this is last year's projection. The only thing on this chart that is different is we put in the actual for 2021, and the 21-22 projected, and the 2022-23 projected, and the last one on there were last year's projections for those years. They're not this year's projections for those years. We haven't done those projections yet because we don't have all the information in yet. So this is the only thing different from last year on this slide, is we dumped in the actual for this
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you. And And that's the one thing. Yeah, that's the one thing about sharing any of this at this time. So much of this is really unknown, and those projected numbers will certainly, I'm certain they will change. What direction I don't know, but
it does give us something to shoot for, and it says to the community that we recognize that we have had 5 years of tax increases that have been above the 2% factor, and although only one of those exceeded the allowable amount, but they still have been, although they are allowed, they were still in the 4 or 5% range. And I think it's important that you're pointing out to the community that we have as an objective to bring this down to the levels that you're seeing in the last 3 columns there. Now, who knows what this budget is going to bring forward? But if we go in there with the idea that we're moving towards a more efficient, stabilized tax rate, I think the community will be very appreciative.
That's true, Dan. I just didn't want an article in the paper saying that the East Aurora School Board is projecting a 2.83% increase in taxes this year. We are not. This is last year's projection for what this year might be. We are not yet projecting it.
Sure, and if you look back in the columns to the left, you see how close the projections have been. Sometimes they've been real close, and sometimes they've been way off. So yes, we'll do the best we can. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, and then so we'll not have this information until February 2021. And so you can see on this one, we actually removed a lot of the numbers. Because maybe we should do the same on those 3 areas.
Every one of the
question marks, because here it is, if we look at the star, like, and Dan, what you were saying it is the last 3 years have been tax cap compliant, even though they're over the 2% tax cap, which doesn't make any sense. So a lot of times for our community, it's very confusing to hear that we are actually compliant, because there's a variety of factors that go into calculating our tax levy limit. And so it isn't 2%. So saying that is not maybe very fair, but that's the way they do it. So that's the way we have to do it. So what we did though is we took those numbers out, because we really have no idea what our allowable growth factor is going to be, and therefore it impacts a lot of the other projections. So again, maybe that's what we'll do on the previous slide too, Mary Beth, for our next presentation is just remove those numbers and put some question marks, because again, those are just really shots in the dark at this point in time.
Well, you could add the new year.
Right.
It would be blank. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly. Yes. Yeah. And so one thing here that you can see is the tax-based growth factor, which is a positive factor for us again this year. You can see that continues to grow each year. It went from 0.0085 to 0.0090 to 0.0104 to 0.0157. And so that's one of the issues that allows us to come up with a number that is above 2% that is still tax cap compliant. And in future meetings, Joanne will explain the details of that and how the formula works when we have more of the pieces in place. And here's some tax rate estimated versus actual rates, and this is kind of positive, and you can see over the actual rates from 2019 to the actual rates for 2021 is actually a swing of about $1.09 less than was originally projected, which is a really positive thing for us. It's 51 cents less than where it was projected. Yeah, that's Joanne. Do you want to just jump in here and you can explain that too?
Sure. So the first column is what the 1920 actual rates were. The second 2 columns is what we were projecting the rates to be back in May for this year. And we make those projections based on assumptions, because we don't have all the data until August. And the following two columns are where we truly landed. So we were projecting that our rates would be higher in May than they actually landed, except for Elma. And that has to do with their equalization rate change, which we don't know until later in the year.
Yeah, so you can see like between the first column and the third column, the 1442 and the 1391 is the 51 cent difference. But what we were projecting actually, it came in at $1.09 for the full value rate less. So that's a positive thing, obviously, for our taxpayers. So here it is, like Joanne was just talking about equalization rates. And again, you can see the equalization rates for Aurora. We're steady for a couple of years at 35%, dropped down to 32.5%, and then now dropped again to 30.25%. Same thing for Colden, a steady decline from 17-18, and then as well as in Elma. And so the actual rates, again, have been adjusted as we talked about. And here it is just over a period of time. Based on those actual equalization rates. And so here it is, some of the budget development considerations that we've been discussing so far. It's education during a pandemic. How has that changed, and what does that cost us? So we're grateful to the county that they've given us some relief, just over $190,000 to help us with some of those expenses. We're well beyond that in terms of our expenditures related to the pandemic. There hopefully will be some FEMA money. We've gotten some preliminary discussions on that it hasn't been what we were expecting from some other school districts that have gone through the process. So we're just monitoring that closely, and so we're not really sure what will come from the federal government. So again, that's one of our considerations, and how is that going to impact our budget moving forward? The future of state aid and the potential reductions, of course, we said that is in our previous report, probably the most important element, and the one that we still have no idea what it's going to be. So it's we just have to wait and see. And again, we're just going to need some patience to get through that process, because it's going to definitely take a little longer than normal. Maintaining the rebuilding of East Aurora's educational programs. And we talked about that and what it's been restored. And I think Mary Beth, you brought up some excellent points about, the length of time that this has occurred. It's really, it's probably, maybe, 8 or 10, even, it's a long time. The entire time I've been superintendent, we've been going through this process. The GEA hit us really hard, disproportionately hard than most districts within the state, which caused us to make a lot of reductions in staffing and programs. And then we started to rebuild those over a period of years. As you can see, there's still a lot of rebuilding to happen, but we've also focused on our fiscal stress and our fiscal well-being over that time. And I think we found a good balance in terms of building that up while restoring our programs. Continue to maintain our facilities utilizing the $100,000 capital outlay projects. Now that it's in our system and it's built in the budget, that aid comes back to us the very next year. So it's around like 65%. So the outlay is about $35,000 to get a $100,000 project done. And so it really allows us to pick off those much smaller projects on a yearly basis and to maintain our facilities as we're moving between those larger projects. So that's been very positive. Stabilizing the tax cap, as we just spoke about, again, for our community, that's one of our priorities, is to stabilize it, not only for this year, but really for the next several years to come. And then continue rebuilding our fiscal stability, as we talked about, maintaining 4% unappropriated fund balance, which we're beyond it for this year. We did that with intention because we knew of the financial crisis the state was in. So that allows us to be prepared for those cuts that will be forthcoming. And then just looking at the budget started, we'll have a number of budget workshops over the next several months. And you can see on March 1st, the submission of the tax levy limit is due. So we'll have that information somewhere between January and February and be able to report that out to the board. The adoption of the school district budget and property tax report comes in April. We have to submit the property tax report card at the end of April. We'll hold the hearing on the 5th of May and mail out the budget notices. And we don't know what's going to happen. Like this year, you know, we all are aware that we had to do it differently. We didn't have in-person voting. We don't know how that's going to be impacted. We're going to have to do it the same way, where we mail out ballots to every eligible voter. And we got a really high return, much higher than we normally do. But what I'm happy to say is that we had a very strong support for our budget, even though we received multiple times, about 3 times what we did. It was around a little over 3,000 the ballots were returned. Normally are around 1,100, 1,100. And again, but very strong support for the budget and what the district is doing. So we're just going to have to wait and see, you know, with the vaccine, that may ease up, and we may be allowed to have in-person voting under a certain criteria. But we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure the governor will be coming out with that in the next few months.
Thanks, Brian.
Any questions?
Anybody from the board on priorities or different direction on the budget development? Not seeing any hands. Anyone? Thanks, Brian. I appreciate the starting out right away with this presentation, and I think we've kind of all been on the same page of priorities for the last several years, because we're at a point of trying to restore what had been lost before, but also I remind folks of any restorations being sustainable, as well as the fiscal health of the district. And so I think we have been working hard and on the right path, and I'm hopeful that as we develop this year's budget that we can sort of serve up to the community, you know, what we have been hoping and promising them, is just, you know, stabilizing that number down a little lower than where it has been over the last several years. So thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm working on moving on the agenda. I think next up is just the update on the district capital facilities project.
Yep, we've made some good progress on the projects that were remaining. The shower stalls have been completed, along with the work on the high school gym. So that's all done and in order. We still were working on the entryway to the middle school and also the business office. And again, over the last 3 weeks, we've really made some good progress. The entryway was moving along very nicely, and Willett, who is doing a lot of the majority of the construction, has been very, very good to work with. You know, and so we're grateful for their work and their collaboration, because we, you know, like anything, we've come into a few glitches along the way, and they've been very, very willing to kind of adapt and make some adjustments in the district's favor. So we're grateful to them. And so what we did run into in the middle school on the entryway is that the weather, you know, we wanted to get it done by the middle of November, because we know, because of some of the finishes on the entryway, we needed to get that done before the really cold weather set in. Unfortunately, due to some things that were out of their control, we were behind on the steel delivery and things like that pushed the project back. But fortunately, they were able to, we asked them if they could wrap the structure and heat it, so they would be able to complete the finishes, which they did. They just dropped the wrapping today, and those finishes have been completed. And then there's a few loose ends that they're tying up. So hopefully, and Doug, you're there. They have an ETA when it will be operational?
Operational will probably be in about 3 weeks, once the outside steel is delivered and the inside work is completed. So around 3 weeks, hopefully. It'll work before that.
Yeah.
But it'll be good.
Yeah, got it. Yeah. So it'll be functional before that, but it'll be completed over that 3 week process. Again, a lot of it is related to COVID. Deliveries have been delayed in all kinds of ways, and so they've had to adapt, and And so we're appreciative that they were able to do the final finishes were really what was holding us up. But so those have been completed. Again, Joanne's office space in the business office, it's really made great gains. We're moving the people back into the space right now. I'd like to thank our crew who's kind of repurposing some of the office furniture. The office furniture is very expensive. It's quite dated. You know, it's been around for a long time, but what they did is they put a new finish coat on it, and it looks great. You know, so they've done that, and that crew has done a really nice job of making it work and setting up the space. It looks 1,000 times better, I'll be honest. It's open, it's much more functional, it's not as crowded. They have places for their file cabinets and all of those types of things. So the space is really improved considerably, and that's what they've needed. And so they've really pulled that together in the last couple of weeks. Like I said, I think they're all moving in within the next week or so. So that's a really positive thing too. So let's think, what else was there? Anything else, Doug? I mean, I think that pretty much covers it.
Yeah, the steel underneath the awning, where the overhang has to be delivered yet, and some stuff inside. And the sign, the middle school sign, is probably about 3 weeks out yet too.
Yeah. So right.
So before we call it complete, they will complete everything. The sign will be up. They're going to paint the railings. They're going to do everything that has to be done, and it'll look 100% complete. You would guess in 3 weeks.
That was my conversation today.
Yeah. Well, it always takes longer than you think with any construction project. So I just want to be sure that they do it all, you know, and don't leave us with something missing, you know. So please keep after them to make sure that they don't that they complete all the work 100%. Also, I have a question. What work did we do in the shower stalls at the high school? I thought we just rebuilt those.
Yeah, they needed some adjustments, Dan, and that's what the repair reserve was used for.
Yeah, I just can't picture it. I guess I'll have to get up there and see. I mean, those locker rooms were 100% redone, brand new as of last year. So
and there's some miscalculations in the drainage that needed to be repaired.
So it was a plumbing issue.
Yeah, I guess you would say it's a plumbing issue, right?
All right, thank you.
Is that plumbing issue on us or is it on someone else?
Well, yeah, that's the discussion, Terry. You know, it was one of those things that I guess we're responsible for it. You know, we're working with the.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Well, thanks for all the good work on this. You know, it's a pain in the neck for everybody when construction is going on, and it's always great when it's over.
Yeah, but I'll say the middle school entryway in particular is the design is really it just creates a much safer entryway. Flow between the greeter and the people who are arriving at school. It opens up. There's some additional windows, lighting. The whole thing is just really nice. It's just
I hope maybe we can involve a couple of the art teachers in or some other people in our school community who have a bent for making things look attractive. It looks very industrial right now, you know, and I think it can be more welcoming with artwork, with plants, with
we already not to interrupt Dan, but we have a total plan. Dave Walshauser has it all mapped out and ready to go. So once it's all complete, and we're going to involve students as well in that.
Oh, that's great.
It'll look really good. Yeah.
And don't forget about the fact that we agreed to provide, one of the service clubs that I'm a member of, agreed to provide the new display cases for Dave's sculptural work, because there's lots of places to display flat work like paintings and drawings, but very few places on the first floor to display sculptural 3D kinds of things. So that's still there, and we'll do it when he's ready and when things get back to normal.
We're excited about that. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to mention that you have a plan already in place, just waiting to put it
Yeah,
in.
we're just waiting for it to be done, and then we're going to take off.
I love it.
We're ready for it. Yep.
Thank you, Matt.
I also
Thank
want to
you.
just thank Jeff Didion, one of our maintenance workers who designed the gardens for outside that space, and also for all the work that he's done on that stonework, all the stonework on the entryway, like outside of my office, and all the plant work and all the work that he's done in the front has just been really talented, and he's just put a lot of time and effort into making it look really, really professional. So we're really grateful, and he kind of does that on his own time. He's a great guy. He's really done some great things, and he's also the one that's restoring the furniture in the business office. So he's also responsible for that. So we're very grateful for Jeff's effort. He's also the one that sometimes cuts messages into the grass during the spring, like "Go EA" and all that kind of stuff.
He's great.
Really impressive. Yeah,
he also plays the guitar and sings. So he's terrific.
Yes, and he also is very talented. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Brian on the capital facilities updates? All right, we are moving on to items for board discussion, and the only item on is the hybrid model. Brian, before you get into what you wanted to talk about, I was remiss because we did receive an email to the Board of Education and the superintendent, but it came in on December 3rd from Mr. Crow, and he was commenting about your communication on December 2nd, which was to determine the percentage of the student body willing to be tested in order to help the school reopen. And he expressed a concern about your statement that said, it's our understanding at this time that students who do not participate in testing will still be allowed to attend school. He expressed a concern about that statement and thought regardless of what the state allows, it would be irresponsible for East Aurora schools to allow students to attend school when testing is required if their parents opt out of testing. Doing so is akin to allowing students whose parents refuse to have their children vaccinated without a valid medical or religious exemption send their children to school. Students whose parents opt out are most likely to be non-compliant with other state and CDC recommended guidelines, and therefore to attend school after being unknowingly exposed to COVID-19. It says, I know nothing has been determined, but I would strongly encourage you to consider adding the following to your policies at the appropriate time. It says, if COVID testing or vaccination is required in order for some students to attend in-person school, East Aurora schools will not allow any student to attend in-person school if they or their parents or guardians opt out of that testing or vaccination without an acceptable medical or religious exemption. I would appreciate it if this topic is considered at your next school board meeting. Brian, I don't know if you're in a position to respond to Mr. Crow's letter, but perhaps you can in terms of testing and what the requirements are in terms of allowing students to attend if their parents opt them out of testing.
Yes, that requirement is determined by the state, and so when we were placed, that's why we had to move to a remote model, because what happened as we went from yellow to orange, the requirement for testing, we're beyond our capacity. In the beginning, we had no capacity, right? So because the school districts typically don't do those types of tests, so we had to come up with a plan to meet the requirement of the yellow zone. While we were doing that, we moved to orange, which we required to, under the orange zone, we would be required to test everyone for them to be allowed to return to school. So 100% would have to be tested in order to allow them to return. Then the governor moved from that position after looking at data that shows there is a significantly low transmission rate within school districts across the state. So although in Erie County, we were seeing a significant increase in the number of cases, positive cases, that was not the case for school districts. So like here, as in many school districts within Erie County, we saw no transmission within our school. So everything that was happening outside of the school district in terms of positive cases. Now, when those cases were positive, they were required to quarantine and follow the rules of the Department of Health. But each day, that's why we put in our screening questionnaire is each day, every student and adult that's coming to school has to answer those questions. If they indeed get what we have, either a green thumbs up or a red thumbs down, if they get a red thumbs down, they are required to discuss their circumstance with the nurse, who will make the determination if they are able to come to school or not. Then the part of opening up from our full remote model, as we had to go from hybrid to full remote and hoping to come back to a hybrid model, the criteria was changed and is set by the governor. That is not something that is within our purview, because if he says that they're allowed to come to school, we do not have the right to deny them that access. And so right now what the criteria is we have to test 20% of all the students and staff that attend school. And so we have to do that basically in 5% increments over a 4-week period. We are allowed to do 10% at any one given date within a 2-week period, but that's the limit. So we can't test all 20% at one point in time. We can only do 5 or 10% depending on where we are in that month cycle. So in our first testing, we put it out as just a general testing. We allowed people to sign up so that we could just get some data, some basic data to choose from. And we were able to provide testing to about 325 students and adults. When we looked at the data, fortunately for us, it was a random sign up, but we got actually equal numbers at each of the buildings. So we had 107 from Parkdale, 109 from the middle school, and 109 from the high school. So the balance was really well represented. And again, we had about 110 employees sign up, and that filled up within 30 minutes of opening the offering, and about 215 students that we tested.
So that was in excess of 20%?
It was, yes, exactly. But we'll only be using that as a 10% marker. Again, we just put it out there as an initial way to test the system, I guess you would say, to see what kind of response we would get from our parents and from our staff. And I'm very happy to report they actually filled up within about 30 minutes. And I had a number of parents asking me, if you need me to bring my child in, even though all the slots, I would be happy to do that. So there was a very positive response to that. And I'm happy to report that we had 0 positive cases. And again, that supports the data that is out there. There is some data that does show that high schools are more at risk than elementary and middle schools, because again, the nature and age of the population, they have the ability to be together more often outside of school, gathering in certain ways that does sometimes increase the risk for high schools, not only here in East Aurora, but across the county. So what we'll be doing is we'll be monitoring that each building individually. And so if we get 9 positive cases in any one building over that month period, where we test 20% of that population, then we would have to close that school down. So it could be, we have a situation at Parkdale where we get 9 positive cases. Parkdale would have to shut down. The middle school and the high school could stay open.
Is that only 9 from that testing component, or if somebody calls and says, my child tested positive separate from that testing, and they take them on independently, get them tested, does that count as one?
No. So right at this time, how I understand that, because that has been probably one of the most maybe confusing parts of it, is that if those 9 people only come from our random sampling. Yeah. So if there's 1 outside, it does not go against the 9 positive cases of our testing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Brian, we tested 10% now. When are we doing the other 10% to make our 20% quota?
Yeah. So what we'll be doing is tomorrow I'll be sending out a notice, another blast to parents and to our staff members. The next day would be the 30th of December, which is during the break. But we're hopeful that most people aren't traveling at this holiday. You know, most people are going to be staying locally, and so we're going to get hopefully 5% on the 30th, and then it would be the 6th of January would be the final testing date for our first month of data collection. And so we're hoping to collect 5% at each of those days, but we can make those adjustments. It could be 3% and 7%, you know, whatever it may be.
And just for clarification, if my son tested already for the 10%, he cannot test again for the rest of this month, correct?
Yeah, that's a question. That's what we're going to try to do, is we're going to try to remove the students that have already and staff that have already tested, but then it goes back to that random sampling piece that everybody should be thrown in the pool. So actually you could be tested multiple times, but we're trying to set up the groups here so that in any 1 month or 2 month cycle, you'll only be called once, depending on the number of people that participate. So like as Mr. Crow was saying, if you had everybody participate, it would be several months before your child. If we have only a percentage of those participating, they'll be called more frequently. But the idea of is developing the groups so that they are called as infrequently, but also keeping it random. So right. I don't know. We're still working on the formula for that.
Right. So there's no rule that says that there's no rule that says that a child can't be tested more than once in the given month.
That's true. Yeah, that's my understanding, because it's a random. Yeah, the sample is supposed to be random, but we're thinking about once you're tested, then random sampling the ones who are left.
Right. So
we're just trying to figure out which is the appropriate way to do that.
Isn't that set by the state? Doesn't the state tell you which way they want that?
Yeah, not really. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of that, like you're
but if you refuse to test, you can still come.
That's exactly it. All right.
That's a question a lot of parents are asking and they're having. Does my son or daughter, can they be tested multiple times throughout the month, more than once, or?
Yeah, we're going to try to avoid that, Terry. Yeah, we're going to try to avoid that. So okay. I think we're going to be within the criteria if we set up the randomization so that it's random for the pool that is remaining for the month. Does that make sense? So say there's 400 or there's 800 students. Let's just say there's 800 students that agree to be tested. And so many are selected for the first week. They would be removed, and whatever's left from that 800 would then be randomized again. And we have to do it in by building. So we have to break that down by building to make sure that randomization is equal and proportionate to the population in that particular building. Because again, if there's nine positive cases, then that building shuts down. So therefore, because we were thinking that sometimes it's easier to test older students, right? Because they're more independent than the 5 and 6 year olds that are at Parkdale. But we realized through this process that we can't do that we have to randomize each building equally to make sure that the data is as accurate as it possibly can be. And like what you're saying, Mary Beth, again, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that if there's a positive case outside, it doesn't count towards our 9 cases for that building. I don't know why that is, but that's our understanding at this time.
I think that's statistics, right? That's statistics for you. It's numbers.
Right, exactly. Yeah. There's reasons for it, but they just don't explain every one of those reasons, understandably.
Brian, 2 questions.
Yeah, sure.
The district could still make a call if for some reason all your positive tests were coming from independent tests and you had none. The district could still make a call by school, right? And the second thing, so there will be a new ask of families to sign up to then be so the last round, families had to sign up for the test and it was kind of a first come, first serve. Going forward, am I understanding correctly that families will sign up to say, yep, I'm good, put us in the testing pool, and then the district will say, you're in, and then they get assigned a time, something?
Yeah, exactly. So what will happen is they'll get a notification, you're up next week. Please go in and sign up for a time that's convenient for you. So there'll be a similar list of time slots that they can plug into. And what we plan to do is we're going to do it on Wednesdays. And we think right now, and we're still working out the details, like 3 to 4 o'clock will be for employees. And then from 4 to 6 or 7 will be for adults. I mean, for the children. So we're thinking after work hours is easier for most families.
And are you hoping to give are you hoping to put enough people in that pool that you'll reach your number, even if they don't all test? Because you can't limit it to if somebody can't make it that day, you'll never hit your number, right? So you'd need to. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So, and that's what it is. It's kind of ebb and flow. So some days, we might hit, we can't over. Okay. So you have to hit the 20 because of the 9, right? There's this proportion to the number of being tested to the 9 positive cases. And so we don't want to go too far over, but at the same time, we know that some people aren't going to be able to make it. And so we're going to monitor that. And then the last week we'll have to, adjust to make sure we're hitting that number as close as we can to 20% as possible. Yeah, so it's, but I have to say, the first clinic went very well. Matt Leibrock has done a lot of work on contacting the vendors that we were intending to work with, and he found a number of sources for us, and we decided to go with Dent because what they're able to do for us is they're able to do all the processes. So they're able to do the intake, the testing, and the data collection, which is huge because we have to upload that to the eClair system that the county requires us to do. So they're able to take care of all those pieces. And the first clinic, Mark did a great job of organizing it. It worked very smoothly. The pace, the workers from Dent were very professional. They did a really great job engaging with our staff, but even more so with our students. We had some really little ones come in, and it's a sensitive process, and so they did a very good job of making people feel comfortable. A lot of positive feedback from families, and the process worked incredibly smoothly. I was shocked that we were able to get through it as easily as we did. So just kudos to them for kind of pulling it all together, the organization, and just the flow of it was very positive. And so again, we have some good data. So our weekly testing would be around 100. So we're like 20% is about 400 for the month. So we're going to shoot for about 100 per week, which will be again divided between, like, say 25 for each building and then 25 adults, something like that. It's not going to be like that. It's probably going to be 30 and 10, but it's in proportion to the amount of people, but something to that effect. And it'll all happen at the middle school, which seems to work quite well.
Yeah. Dan, you had your hand up.
Yeah, just a quick comment. This extraordinary time of changing regulations minute by minute is a huge challenge for everyone involved, and I just want to commend our administrative staff for their ability to go with the punches, to make the changes, to do it efficiently. I believe you are doing a superb job, and I think we all recognize that, we all appreciate it. But I'm at a loss for words to say how impressed I am by your ability, and by you I mean all 12 of you, to jump in and deal with any new curveball that gets sent by one government or another. So thank you for all you're doing.
Yeah, no, Dan, I would say thank to the administrators because I can't even explain all the things that they're dealing with on a daily basis, and it's continually changing. Like the daily reporting that the principals have to do, it's this long, and it changes every single day, and they work together as a team and just make it happen. And Joanne was there at the testing day to assist Mark, and and the other administrators just helping out in whatever way they can. And again, like I said, it's kind of a daily thing. And, we have frequent meetings because, again, the information is changing so rapidly. Like we went from on literally one day to having to test 21 or 2,200 people to now having to test 100. So, well, that makes sense. I have no idea.
I think they sometimes announce something really daunting just so then when they get to what we really want you to do, you feel better about it being a little easier than what you thought it was.
It could be that, right? Exactly.
That's like saying the rate increase is going to be 8%, but guess what? It's only 4%.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, yeah. Yeah,
Brian,
but
I also want, I'm sorry, go ahead.
oh,
Right,
no,
just-
the administrators have just done an incredible job. Yeah. Incredible adapting.
That's kind of what I wanted to say, Brian. My husband took my son in last Wednesday night for testing, and he came home and said, I cannot believe how fast I was in and out of there and how efficient it was run. And he said, I saw familiar faces. He said it was just such a well-run clinic, and he did not expect that at all, because as you said, everything changes so frequently, minute to minute, which is something, again, that I don't think a lot of parents really realize how much the administrators and yourself, Brian, are having to deal with, because you're constantly being given different pieces of information that you have to react to. And the one thing I do want to mention that was brought up at the safety meeting by Mr. Mambretti, he mentioned that Mr. Leibrock was the safety committee member of the year, because he is the one who, within a short amount of time, did all the paperwork and the process of getting this COVID clinic up and running. So I just wanted to mention Matt, and congratulations on your safety committee member of the year.
Well, you know what it is, Terry. I was just going to mention that not only running the clinic, but all we had to get licensed as a limited laboratory. And then we had to, we had to work with our medical director, and he was very cooperative in using his license as overseeing the clinic. So all that had to go in. And then after they did that, then they had to order the test once we got our license number, and making sure all that happened prior to the clinic opening last Wednesday in order to get kids back here on Monday. So yeah, it's a daunting task. And like I said, Mark worked with Dent, and Dent is, it's been, really did a really excellent job for us. But in terms of coordinating the actual management of the clinic, and we were pushing through. We started off with 6 people every 10 minutes because they said the timing. So when you think about testing 6 people in 10 minutes, right? And then it went to 9 people for the students in 10 minutes to be able to push through enough people. And so the process has to just click along like that. And so they were well prepared based on the information that he was providing to them to handle that volume of people. That's why we were able to test 325, and that's why, we went well beyond the 10% just to test the system, and to get some good data.
Very impressive. Really impressive. Hey, do you know, Brian, or anyone who's talked and communicated with the health department? Do we know if the school testing results are included in the county's positivity rating that they put out? Do you know if that number's included there?
Yeah, my understanding it is. Yeah. So what I would think is that, schools in general many are reporting 0 or very low numbers of positivity. Right. So I think that would eventually have a positive impact on the overall data for the county.
Be nice to see if we can.
Yes. Right.
So we are still then on the hybrid discussion, and we got on testing because of this letter, but I'm not sure what else you wanted to report out.
Yeah.
So
you know what, I think the principals talked about it earlier on. I think that it was difficult it's very difficult for the teachers to transition from hybrid to remote back to hybrid, because you're shifting your whole instructional model. But they did a great job, and we were on the fence. We were thinking that we were going to remain closed based on the criteria, and then we said, okay, we'll remain closed until the break, and then we'll reopen. Hopefully, we'll have some things in place, and we'll be able to reopen. And then when things move so quickly in terms of our license, getting the tests, and being able to pull the clinic together, we said, well, we could come together now and bring back students under the hybrid model. And so the teachers have done a brilliant job just adapting to that. So, it's been 2 positive days, and I just happened to schedule meetings with the grade level, the advisory groups from the middle and high school who I spoke to today. And I spoke to the advisory group and the new teachers last week from Parkdale and the new teachers from the district, just to get their feedback on how things were going. So now we had a lot of transition in those few weeks, right? So it's changed dramatically. And so I have to say that they've just done a really fantastic job of moving back. Because the hybrid model is definitely challenging. You have half your kids on the screen, half in front. Managing that relationship is not easy. And so when they went remote, having all the kids on the screen, well, we know it's better to have kids in person. It's a little easier in terms of the direct delivery model. But they just moved back, and I don't know, it's gone pretty well, right? There's a lot of positive energy in the building themselves. Like as they were saying, the kids, there's a lot of just enthusiasm for being back, and I think the teachers feel the same way. They're really grateful that they have their kids back in school. So I mean, it's so far so good. Any other comments from the group on that? I know you shared earlier, but if there's anything else you want to share. Thanks.
Any questions from the board? Judy. Oh, she took her video off.
Sorry.
There you go.
No, I just wanted to thank all the teachers and administrators because Terry made a good point. I don't think the public understands the amount of change that is constantly happening from the governments. And I follow a lot of this, and I think public education is absolutely amazing. And I think we need to publish that more. I'm not sure how. I'm not saying I have any special methods other than I did write a letter to the advertiser for this week about how pleased I am with our teachers and with the public education. But I kudos. I don't know what else to say. It's absolutely able to do, and how it's improved over time. And I'm not even sure they're aware of what a great job they're doing because they're in the midst of it, and it's so fluid. So thank you for all you're doing. And it is noticed by an awful lot of people. We just need to make sure people understand the complexity.
Thank you, Judy.
Anyone else? Well, thanks, Brian. It really is impressive. I have to say it again and again and again. It's every meeting. It's one more task put in front of you, and you guys have tackled it with just amazing results. So thank you all for your hard work. And if we don't speak again, I have a wonderful holiday season, but we have a little bit more on the agenda to get through, but thank you all, really. Does anyone need before we go on, we've been at it for a while. Does anyone need a break, or can we run through this consensus agenda?
Yeah, a quick break would be great.
Take a quick break. So 5 minutes, everyone?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, yep. All right. I think we have everyone back. We're moving on to the consensus agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to remove an item for separate discussion? Did you hear that? Can I have a motion to approve the consensus agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Terry, second. Seconded by Jessica. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0.
Mary Beth, I'm not sure Dan is back yet.
Oh, 6-0. Is Dan back yet?
I don't.
Hold on a minute. All right. Carried 6-0. Is Dan, are you back? I don't think he's back yet, but I'm gonna move on because we have the quorum. Moving on to items requiring board action. Item A, the superintendent recommends that the Board of Education accept a donation of $5,740 from the East Aurora Educational Foundation to purchase HUDL return to play packages for 2 years. May I have a motion?
Move.
Moved by John Seghetti, second.
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion?
What happens after the 2 years?
Yeah, that was my brain.
Yeah, then it'll turn over to the district.
Oh.
Yeah, and so again, it's again, I just wanted to thank the foundation for providing us the monies to get it started, and then it will become something that we'll build into the budget after that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Thank you to the foundation.
Again, thank you to the foundation for their donation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 6-0. Item B, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education accept the 2019-2020 extra classroom management letter corrective action plan is detailed in the attachment to the agenda. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica, second by John Seghetti. Discussion?
Mary Beth, just so you're aware, Dan is back now.
Hi, Dan. Sorry, we started moving on to our action items.
All right, my dogs kept me away for a minute.
That's been moved. Discussion, no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Item C is a first reading for Board Policy 3421. We recommend for a first reading that policy on Title IX and sex discrimination. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Kim Danu, second.
Second.
Seconded by Terry Olweiler. Discussion?
Well, I mean, it said right in the document that there were two conflicting policies here, and we're going to keep both of them in the hopes that somehow they cover the waterfront. But how did the administrators manage that? In other words, which one do they follow?
They're not necessarily conflicting. They're coming from two sources. One is the state requirements. One is the federal requirements. The federal requirements are new, and the dialogue between New York State and the feds hasn't been hashed out yet. So we're required to have both policies, and we do the best we can with the advice of our legal counsel based on it's the best answer they could give. I've asked the lawyers, I asked policy services. They said the feds want this, the state wants that, and hopefully some court case not in East Aurora will figure it out someday. But we're required to do both by two separate authorities.
And sometimes, Dan, what happens is eventually those two then do morph into something that's one.
Yeah.
But maybe not.
Sure. When the state and the federal government agree to, this will be the first thing they agree to, probably.
All we can hope is that East Aurora is not the battleground by which that conversation.
Hopefully, you'll never have to implement either one of them.
Well, that true. Yes.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carried 7-0. Item D, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education accept the resignation for the purposes of retirement of Jerome Polakowitz, Director of Pupil Services, effective January 29th, 2020. 21. Did I read that wrong? Nope. 29, 2021. I read it wrong. I just wanted to make sure the agenda was right. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Jessica. Second?
Second.
Seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion? Oh, Jerome.
Congratulations. That's a leave, Jerome.
I think, Mary Beth, I'm going to remove my recommendation. So the superintendent now doesn't recommend that. So
Smart move.
Well, it's a hard one to act on. I have to thank you for your years of service to the district. I think you have been perfect in the role of our Director of Pupil Services. You bring such great compassion and thought and careful planning to that role, and we really genuinely appreciate it. I think our families of special education students appreciate your role, and you are going to be sorely missed. I really am going to miss you.
Thank you. Best wishes, Jerome. You hopefully you can start a little group of people, you and Paul and Rich, and all get together occasionally to celebrate your wonderful careers.
And not on Zoom Wallies, but in person.
Hopefully you'll be back in June when we can all have a meeting in person. And you can have a piece of cake with your face on it.
Jerome, are you still local?
Thank you. Yeah, Jerome, just one little bit of trivia. There was a man who retired years ago from our school district, and on opening day of the following year, we were sitting in that meeting where all the staff have to sit and listen to all these speeches, and the door opened on one side of the room, and in walked this man who had retired previous year. He had his golf clubs on his shoulder. He walked across the room and went out the door on the other side. Never said it.
I didn't know that, Dan. Well, I would just like to take a moment to thank Jerome. It's been a real privilege to work with him over the past, I think it's been 10 years. And he's just done an incredible job leading the department. And not only that, just in his role as a supportive administrator to the teachers, our families, his colleagues, his fellow administrators, and to me as superintendent. He's just done an incredible job. And his job, of maybe all of our jobs, is maybe the least understood. And it's maybe the most complex. And so he has just handled that with great professionalism and compassion for our students, always doing what is in their best interest. And I could not think of anyone who can do this job any better than he has. And it's going to be very difficult to replace him. And just so grateful to have had the opportunity to work with him and to get to know him as a very good friend. And it's certainly our loss, but we're grateful and for his work, and we're really wishing him the very best in his retirement. And again, it's just been a great ride, and we're just so grateful for everything that you've brought to the district and what you've done for our students and staff and families. So thank you so much.
Yeah, really.
You better make sure you have the votes.
Yeah.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Congratulations, Jerome.
Thank you very much. Just so none of you are surprised, I will be changing my name to Grandpa.
Oh, congratulations.
I turned in January, so.
Fantastic.
What a great new
I
job.
can't have a golf club, but I will have a fishing pole.
Congratulations, Jerome.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Item E, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the appointment of Kelly Douglas to a probationary 1.0 FTE in the tenure of students with handicapping conditions, general special education, beginning December 14th of 2020, all as detailed in your agenda and attachment. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by John Sagatti, seconded by Judy Malice. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Welcome aboard, Kelly Douglas. Item F, the superintendent recommends the Board of Education approve the appointment of Melanie Olzak to a 1.0 FTE long-term substitute math 7 through 12 teaching position within the math tenure area, all as detailed in your agenda and attachments. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Terry Olweiler, second.
Second.
Seconded by Jessica Armbruster. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried 7-0. Item G. This one's hard too.
Yeah.
The superintendent recommends the Board of Education accept the resignation for the purpose of retirement of Nina Arndt, elementary education teacher, effective June 30th of 2021. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Judy Malice.
Second.
Seconded by Dan Brunson. Discussion.
Oh, my goodness. I had 3 grandkids that had her, and I talked with her. She dearly missed.
Very dearly missed. Brian or Matt, how many years in the district for Nina Arndt?
It was 92. Yeah, I think it was 92 when 1992. So that would make it 28.
Wow.
Yeah, 29 maybe, depending on how the calendar works. Yeah. Yeah, it's just this is another painful retirement for sure. Yeah, Nina has just done such an incredible job for the district, and like you said, a very long history, and just her creativity and innovation continues till today. You know, it's been 29 years of just stellar work and devotion to our students and families. I've had the privilege of my children being in her classroom as well, and again, that experience as a parent couldn't have been any better.
Right.
Just so loving and caring and so capable instructionally. It's really a loss for us. But again, we wish her the very best. You know, she certainly has earned this, and she's done a really wonderful job for us.
I'm hopeful by June we might be able to do something more in person. To celebrate 29 years is impressive, and we thank her tremendously. She's been she'll be just sorely missed.
Nina was often the very last person out of the building each day. You know, I would see her leaving god awful late hours. You know, she worked so hard, and she did so creative.
Still is the last one out of the building.
Yeah, well, there you go. So creative. You know, I don't know if any of you remember the Easter Aurora trivia game.
I was just going to mention that.
She did that with her kids as a project for creative stuff. Yep. Probably 4th grade, because 4th grade is local history, and she just turned it into a great, fun, wonderful thing. And you know, to this day, you can go over to the Roycroft Inn and you can you get a Aurora trivia box out and sit there in the lobby and play the game that her kids did. So God bless you, Nina, and thank you for your service.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Carried 7-0. Our next board meeting is January 20th, and then there's some Erie County Association of School Board meetings on your agenda. Is there any other business to come before the board? Mr. Roberts is yawning, so I think it might be time.
Oh, yeah.
You could put his microphone on so we could hear him.
I don't know why that hit my line of sight.
Try to keep you awake, Bill.
Mary Beth, we didn't get a chance to discuss GAPL, so can we just add that to our next meeting? Just add it to the next agenda.
It wasn't going to be on, we had done the agenda already, so it wasn't going to be on this item, this time's agenda, so we'll put it on for January.
Thank you.
Sorry, Terry. I meant to talk about that like during the
That's okay. Yep.
So this is our last meeting before the holidays. I wish you all a happy, healthy holiday season and a happy new year, and stay safe.
Did we vote?
Vote on what? I got to do a motion yet. I haven't called for a motion yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying goodbye.
No, I was wishing everybody a happy before I move to get a motion to adjourn. All right, may I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Dan, seconded by Terry. Discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Carried. Bye, everyone. Happy holidays.
Bye. Happy holidays. Be safe. Bye-bye.
Bye.